High position gerecht.
Schiller, Schiller, ba, ba, ba.
Ancient writing in the Old Kingdom.
The only thing that waits for you is oblivion.
Let them not remain motionless. Let them not corrupt.
Wow! Damn, man, look at that, look!
Good sir, spare some coins, please. Just a few.
shut the fuck up with that bullshit.
Yes. Hello and welcome back to another stream here on this channel with Disco Elysium. We are going to continue with our first playthrough and the second day of the investigation. And yeah, we're just gonna continue with all the tasks we still have in our backlog. There's one important one for this second day, and that is meeting the smoker on the balcony after 9 PM. But before debriefing the day with Kim. So I'm gonna try to get, that going. That is of course if we even get to the 9 PM mark. But yeah, gonna have a look here and see. Definitely looking forward. It's been, at this point, probably like a week or so since our last stream, so been a decent bit here. So looking forward to get back into it and make some more progress with the murder investigation. Also welcome everyone. Hey there Stanley, how's it going dude? Hello there Ed, welcome in as well. How are you today? Ahoy Schiller, welcome in dude. And happy almost weekend. And hello Seraph. How are you today? Day 2 of your 4-day weekend. Same here, Shala. Definitely nice to have a couple days back to back. Sounds good, Seraph. I hope you enjoy the lurk. And hope you have also a good rest.
Steady as ever. The drawer.
Just looking for any stuff that I might have missed here. Okay, let's see if there's any new dialogue with this dude.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always.
Oh, I bet he's still fuming internally due to your no-sitting escapades. He doesn't like to lose a battle of will.
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible and unswayable. Just tell the truth.
Yeah, let's just be upfront. Follow in to the suggestion here.
Exactly the kind of fascist memorabilia I was expecting. Weasel probably prays to it every night for the downfall of the Union. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
Mm-hmm. I believe it when I see it.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best, helping people, with the power of politics.
Yes, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder?
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
Officer Weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
That's not how you batten someone. The technique is way off. You strike with your whole body, not just the baton.
You have to put your weight behind if you want to real damage.
Oh, Harry, thanks for the tip. I'll leave doing the real damage to you. You are the real police officer, after all, not me.
That's all he's going to say on this subject.
I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire? I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Well, I guess tell me more about it.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
He laughs. Yeah, tell me more. But yeah, that might mean that inside the container that looked interesting to us earlier might actually be something of importance. You know, if this person is hiding in one of them, you can tell what might be hiding in, or who, in one of the others.
About my fun container? It's a hoot, Harry. Who knows? Maybe you'll be in here the next time they move it. It will be very fun, I promise. But enough about me and my container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
So the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
So who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Yeah, it does seem to me like they're just taking the blame like collectively, because it means that they might protect the person that really did it, you know? Because what they've been saying about the whole murder incident didn't really match up with what we've been witnessing, you know? Like, we know for sure that he died in a moment of pleasure, you know? And we talk about him getting rapey and stuff, so it's very likely that, for example, the person that got abused, you know, might have been the one to strike back against its attacker. It's possible. And that the Hardy Boys kind of like, you know, hanged him there. I think that's very likely. You know, that they hanged him there after the fact that he got killed or he died or sustained wounds that would make him be dead. But he would have to die pretty much instantaneously, right? Because he did die in the moment of pleasure, so he couldn't like bleed out or anything. So it's likely he's been like either stabbed fatally or like just shot. But yeah, I very much doubt it was one of the Hardy Boys. They're just seeming to take the blame on themselves. I mean, they're essentially like the unofficial police force, like vigilantes, I guess. So I guess for them they could say like, yeah, it was our duty, you know, or something.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's not worried.
I think he's a really interesting character, so far I have to say. I wouldn't really say that I find him sympathetic, but he's certainly a very well-written character and of tremendous importance here, it seems, in this whole investigation. Very much seems like a political player, you know. Someone who is like, you know, locked up in like a container, but has a lot of influence on the outside world. So how do you know the mercenaries were really hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
The name of a company is Krano this time. It might have been Sediment before.
Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. I'm no genius. I'm in this position because people like me.
At least he's self-aware. And very sarcastic. I don't want to share too much information with people I don't trust, for some reason. So I'm gonna change the subject here.
By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
You mentioned a lawyer girl?
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Everett, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
I'm sure it does.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
No, thank you. I don't know, what would you guys say? I'm gonna make this viewer choice. Should we take the money or should we leave it? We of course need money to pay for the hotel room, but you know, taking the money definitely symbolizes a kind of like bribe in a way, you know. Because of course he's saying, you know, there's like nothing attached to it, but of course he also knows how desperately we're in need of money. And he wants to win his favor further and his loyalty by giving money. So yeah, gonna make this a viewer vote and see. Okay, in that case I'm gonna go for free here. I don't need it, I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys.
Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Yeah, just holding it out. Hey Valgoki, welcome in. And how's it going?
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But It's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
So to win his favor and basically get a lot of information, you know, he would probably tell me a lot more about the body, about where a gun is, because he pretty much probably already has solved the case, you know, I would imagine. He knows a lot more about it than we do. So I guess I could fully embrace becoming a communist, then returning to him, and then probably getting a lot of information that we actually need in solving the case. But yeah, really it's about like how much I'm willing to compromise of what you personally believe in, you know? And I don't just want to become like a communist because it makes it easier to solve a case, you know? Or to win like someone's favor. Only if we like truly, you know, believe in that. So, yeah, I guess it's not gonna come to this. But yeah, it's definitely interesting how kind of like trying to stick true to your morals or like motives, it does lock a lot of doors for you, you know? For instance, you could actually go and get past Measurehead, you know, the bodyguard, the huge one. If you decide to subscribe to his racial theory, you know, if you kind of like say, yeah, you're right about how you see racism and stuff. And that would make things a lot easier for you in the game.
Odin is with us!
But yeah, if you don't, like I've done, then, you know, that makes things go even more difficult. Yeah, Odin will be with us very soon again. When we return to AC Valhalla. Next we're gonna work on the Kent story arc. The one we spent a lot of time with Basem. They do need you, Seraph. They need you and your insults.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you.
The laughable centrist achievement. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell, isn't it? The laughable centrist.
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
Yeah, I'm not getting blackmailed here, dude. You know, I'm gonna open the door for you, I guess, but fortunately it turned out to be for like a, you know, racist kind of like dude or whatever. So I don't really care about that one. But, you know, leaving a signature for a paper that I don't know what it's about, no. Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martin A's. and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
Yeah, maybe. Imagine if a gun that we lost is the gun that the victim got killed with. So what are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Roller skating, not drugs, Harry. You like this.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
So what will happen to the current occupants?
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
I'm gonna deny this.
Perfectly acceptable. No one's gonna force you into anything, but I don't know about that gun of yours. You see, I'm a vengeful man, Harry. Part of how I got where I am is that, well, I can be quite nasty sometimes.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But the good news is, the moment you change your mind and want to look into this matter, just tell me, and we'll be buddies again.
The lieutenant's eyes meet yours, and he shrugs. Okay, fine.
Mm-hmm. I think we're done here for now.
See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding, but not too much.
Yeah, I think we talked enough with this dude at this point.
Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last. A rusting control panel with several. No screech of metal when you push the button this time. Only silence as the crane remains in its state of dormancy. The crane does not return to its original position. No screech of metal when...
Okay, so actually I have another skill point here. We could actually try to learn the Kingdom of Conscience here. Get another fort unlocked. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your very worn forehead. When it rains, rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of Dolorian humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralists International. Those guys are Signal Blue. They were not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once Van Nuren's plans have been realized?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
I mean, let's actually talk about the cooperation thing.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
Yeah, it is. I talked to your mommy and you've been a very bad boy. So you're gonna go and help me now? For starters, help me get the body down finally so I can investigate the body up close. That would help.
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
How'd that get in there?
Hey, the goodie, welcome in. And how's it going? Why don't push you, me some more and find out, Gimp.
You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
He turns his eyes full of hurt to the big man.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out.
Oh, we still only have a 28% chance here of establishing authority, but we did increase it. Okay, I'm just gonna talk with them about everything here, I think.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 kilos.
Because it might lead to, like, increasing our chance to establish authority. Goody playing Wukong, dealing with a fine area again, and Bossa just scaled up a tiny bit. Very nice. So how's that going? Is it like smooth sailing for you? Or are there like some really tough bosses that you have to like retry a couple times?
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Well, good we agree on something.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Yeah, gee, you would need some guys like this, right? I'm not sure where you would find them though. You know, trustworthy people would take the blame for anything that, you know, any one of yours might do. To take care of the streets, you know, or control the trade. Have like a big mummy that travels in containers, you know. That would be a mighty big plan. If only it was real. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. I know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? Stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
That's what we call paradise, huh? Funny way of understanding that.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
No insult.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
Dave Hardy, the one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
Ah yeah, that's why you're acting so pissed and annoyed.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could prove useful in the future.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left 2 sets of footprints.
Yeah, good thing they didn't hire you for your wits, dude. Only for your looks, am I right? Hey, Mr. Moller, welcome in. And how's it going?
You'll get your rent when you fix this damn door!
Fix this damn door. But yeah, as for me, I'm doing well. Playing a bit more Disco Elysium. Currently on the 2nd day of a murder investigation. And yeah, definitely getting some important info right now.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah, we're definitely erasing it slowly but surely. I talked to Joyce, the mercs you hanged, his friends are coming for you. Try to scare them a bit.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
They're snickering in the room. Some of the men put their beers down. Yeah. Definitely scaring them a bit here. And the mercs have like pretty good weapons as well. Nothing to be joked about. Very nice, Moller. That's great to hear. Have you played this game before? Yeah, they're forming some kind of tribunal and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Oh yeah? Well, being fucking crazy doesn't help you much if you're just getting gunned down by machine guns. You've seen it but never played it? I gotcha. Yeah, it's such a nice game to play and watch, in my experience. Because you're mostly like, you know, like playing the game isn't that different from watching it necessarily because of how narrative and text heavy it is. But yeah, great writing and great atmosphere in this game.
Yeah, a well-oiled murder machine.
Punches Blondie on the shoulder.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole Merc platoon.
This crime is bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals, special forces, as you said. They are not a gang or Barmy Army.
You almost stop buying games now, you just watch play-alongs on the web. That's not a bad idea sometimes, you know? But then, like, maybe not also in the mood of, like, you know, playing or, like, you know, buying too many games. I'd also sometimes like to just, you know, watch other people play some games. If I'm not super into, like, you know, wanting to replay it myself.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
They're armed with automatic weapons for? Maybe wanna consider that?
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zilagars. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
With a Pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
See what that they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor.
He takes a sip of beer to bide his time, and tries to get the last word in.
You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
Miss Molly, you have a lot of games. Still haven't removed the plastic from. Yeah, that's fair. If you like plan on like more collecting and potentially reselling them.
What do you mean, okay?
I not really wanna take a side here, I guess. On the other hand, I need their cooperation. But I also don't wanna like side with the communists. Complicated choices. Being neutral doesn't always help either, you know. This of course is like more opportunistic, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna be on your side, but I need my gun. And I'm sure you know something about it. But I think at this point I just wanna like frighten them a bit. I'm just gonna say like, okay, we're gonna wipe you the fuck out.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
See, he's getting scared. Tiny bit. At least, you know, for how scared he could be. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance, Molle. You know, you never know. For example, looking at GameCube games, you know, like some of them are more expensive than they've been on release, if you want to get them. I reckon if you have had one of them like fully like sealed, you know, brand new. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't really looked into like what they're worth now, but it's not even that long ago. You know, it's like 20 years now at this point, maybe. So yeah, you never know. But of course, it also depends how popular a console like that might be, you know. Especially when backwards compatibility and stuff maybe becomes like more prominent. But who knows? Would be interesting to see how that might develop.
He really doesn't like you ruffling their feathers like that on what might be the eve of battle.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Oh, look at that. Already at a 72% chance. I'm gonna take an aggressive step closer and see if that raises my chance even further. And then we're gonna try using authority here.
The room is silent. The leader does not flinch. Get further in there. Escalate.
Tilt your head from side to side, cracking your neck.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
Open and close your fists.
He hunches forward. His right hand starts tapping a quick little rhythm on his thigh. Tap, tap, tap. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. You need to look scary.
Oh, that's so funny. It's like, what are you trying? Especially after I talk to him, you know, for like minutes. Like all of a sudden it's like, okay, let's escalate. Oh, very cool, Molle. Even the original Xbox? Oh yeah. Yeah, so like 3 years ago almost now, I've bought some Xbox consoles. I did get the 360 first to have the option to play some like exclusive games, but also some like, you know, like for example games like Guitar Hero. But you couldn't really play too well on like PC or like emulators or something. And then I bought a Xbox One for games like Red Dead Redemption 1, you know, to be able to play that properly. And then shortly afterwards, Levy got her Xbox Series X, so that essentially rendered my Xbox One pretty much useless, I guess. I mean, I'm sure there's like maybe a few games that would run maybe only, or wouldn't run on the Series version maybe. But on the Xbox One, and thus would be better than the 360 version or something. But yeah, the Xbox One doesn't really get used that much. You have all the Halo games originals and some other games series you collect. AC, FC and some more. Collector's editions and better. That's really cool. And yeah, I mean, those would probably, you know, raise even further or faster in price than the regular versions. If I like in mint condition. Okay, let's engage the eye twitch.
What do you think you're doing? You hear, but his mouth isn't moving. It's the tension in his shoulders speaking.
What are you doing?
I can do this all night long. His clenched fists say, their knuckles turning white. I'm young. You're 50,000 years old.
He doesn't really look that young. At my age, you will be dead. You're impulsive. You get in a fight, you won't win.
Probably. I need to be like this to lead them. Something you would understand.
The moment ends. With begrudging respect, the man leans back. Time to say something.
Nice, we actually embrace even more authority here. And now we're at an 83% chance. So I would say, this is our chance. What just fell?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men. Sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Yeah, we're not that different to the police force, are we now? Thinking about it. Ah yeah, gotcha, Molle. That always annoys me a little bit, you know, that you have this like strip over the DVD, so you have to like cut it open, which makes it look kind of like sucky, you know, sometimes. I wish I would just get rid of that, you know, sometimes.
You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot. But, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
I mean, I could go for a kebab. I love kebab. In fact, I had kebab 2 days ago. Hey there, Galactic Moose, welcome in. It's been so long, you're the Australian bloke that used to pop in and used to watch me play GTA and Assassin's Creed. Awesome. Welcome back, Moose. Good to see you. And I hope it's going well for you. Yeah, GTA and Assassin's Creed is always a good time. I still play those games. Especially Assassin's Creed at the moment. Currently playing some Valhalla. Doing a no-hut run, so playing without like the comp pass and health bars and all that type of stuff. Molly, pay them from a box before you open and stick them on the inside of a box. That's not a bad idea, actually. Make it look a bit, you know, cleaner. Is Assassin's Creed my favorite game series? It definitely is, yeah. Yeah, still is at this point. It just, yeah, I think an amazing series, you know, with how many different settings and characters you have and how rich the lore is. And I just love the core gameplay a lot, you know. The open worlds they create and the stealth and combat. But most importantly, the traversal has always been like, you know, a great element. With parkour. Not so much in the recent games, I guess, but, you know, previously. But yeah, it still is, for sure. Yeah, Valhalla, you love it? Nice. Yeah, it's another game I really enjoy in the series, for sure. Not so much for the parkour, but definitely for the world building and how it functions as part of a series, I guess. Yeah, really like the game. And playing at no HUD has been really enjoyable so far, I have to say. It's like never really a situation where you feel like hugely underpowered, even if you come across like high leveled enemies. It's like much more open in that regard than the other RPG games like Origins or Odyssey. Being underleveled there, like even 5 levels can quickly lead to death without realizing. I personally really like Unity. Yeah. I think it's definitely one of those games that's rough around the edges, you know. But you can really feel like the potential and, you know, how much they tried to like create that was like fresh and new at that point. And I think it really aged well on many regards, you know. Like parkour-wise, it's still one of the better systems in the series. And I think visually it's also, you know, a very good art direction because they went for like a realistic look in a way. But with decisions like baked lighting, you know, where lighting isn't dynamic, but it's kind of like a preset at a certain time of the day. They could make sure that, you know, every location at every time of the day looked stunning. And really well like balance, I guess, which really helps, you know, achieve like a consistent art style. But also make like, you know, shadows and illumination work a lot better. AC1 actually used something similar, which is why the lighting still looks so good in AC1. But yeah, also like the amount of details you have in Unity, you know, with the graphics, like having so much indoor space and, you know, how many elements there are. You can really tell how much time they, you know, spend on like making it as detailed as possible. Yeah, absolutely, Shilla, you know. Definitely is a shame that Unity is still like so low rated. I feel like every reviewer should, or like major magazine should make like a revisit for the last patch of a game, you know? Like once the last patch is released, maybe like use it as an opportunity to, you know, revisit the game and do like an update. You can still keep like the core review because many things might not have changed. But those things that have changed for the better or worse, you know, should be highlighted and updated. And maybe also the score, you know, be adjusted accordingly. And a lot of the game-breaking bugs people may have faced in the first month of playing, you know, weren't really there 3 months after the game released, you know. I bought Unity back then about 2 months after release because I wanted to wait until the bugs were fixed. And I had like no major issues with the game unless, you know, of course it's the usual quirks that are still in Unity, you know, that you can always run into. But it's very much like a functional game, you know, that's like rough around the edges, yes. But honestly, you know, like games like Syndicate that have like a much better reputation in being like optimized and running well, they don't age quite as well because they also have lots of issues and bugs. And those things they used to make like the performance run better, for instance, now are kind of like a sore thumb in a way in the eye. You know, because for example, they like reduce the FPS on like clothing physics, you know, to make the game run better. Which now looks a bit weird, you know, when you have like a good enough system run it at 60 FPS. Fortunately, there's enough modders and like guys fixing stuff like this. But yeah, sometimes reputations of games can be weird, you know, if it's like only directly at the launch and then it's like frozen in that state, you know, and it doesn't really give justice to how a game might be a year after it's been released. It's cool you play the kid at the start. Yeah, I actually kind of like that mechanic in games when we do that. It reminds me of also Ghost of Tsushima. When you play as, you know, young Jin. Getting taught by your uncle in like sword fighting and like the samurai ways. I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
I have a beer problem, but not a problem with beer. I also have no idea how to do my job. Like you.
Speak for yourself, buddy. I've been running this outfit for 10 years now. You should have seen Martinez before it started. It was like Jamrock now.
They didn't see shit, man. Kids getting shot. We had 3 shootings a week. Fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Right. Graffito's so bad, you know? I mean, that's a real issue in society, isn't it? It's like kids preying on walls. That's a real crime in this day and age. Not like actually murdering people. It's graffiti.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
Yeah, word Kim. It's kind of funny how Kim said the same thing that I said. You know, it's like, yeah, good job on removing the graffito, I guess, you know, like, well done. No worries whatsoever, Mr. Molle. Thank you for being here and for dropping by. I hope you have a good day. And thank you so much. I definitely will. Catch you next time.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks a beer back up.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
He looks at her.
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect.
If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's Amonju with an O-U.
I mean, we have a name. Progress.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Well, we're not really going to her as a cop, for right? Because we can't really question her. At least not, you know, like, to push her. She has to give up information by her own choice.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Yeah, we can't keep our cool, really. Only 8% chance. Miss Orange disco dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Well, we have to do this composure choice. There's no way around it.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
Totally kept our cool here.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
I think I'm just gonna conclude here.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
I mean, honestly, I'm thankful that they were willing to cooperate to this level. So I'm gonna respect their request. Also, hold on. Until when do I have time to actually pay for my room? Guess until 9. So it's still good. Any new game suggestions? Do you mean like games that have been released recently or just games in general? I mean, yeah, I have plenty of game suggestions. I guess it depends what you might be interested in. Like if it's a specific genre or like type of game that you might enjoy.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
I do.
Is there something I should know before we talk to
her? She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
And yeah, that's it. Games in general, looking to expand your taste. I mean, let me think. Okay, so here's a bit of an obscure title. But if you are a fan of Lord of the Rings, I'm not sure if you are. If you've ever seen the movies or something, then there's a game on the GameCube that I always love playing and replaying, and it's kind of like a Final Fantasy like role-playing like turn-based game, which follows the story of all 3 movies and even has like the actor of Gandalf narrating them, and some actual like movie, you know, voice actors from the game, from the movies, like official characters. And you play in like a party, I guess, of characters you can choose to recruit, I guess. That have like different abilities essentially, and you kind of like fight in, you know, the major battles, and yeah, kind of like follow the movie's story for the games. Very unique title, and I guess only really interesting if you like Lord of the Rings.
Remotely resembling a brain.
I do, I know. Thank you. But yeah, it's a great game if you like into any of that.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper. Hey, the Nick, welcome in. How's it going? And hey, the Dr. Darling, welcome in as well. You bought the game this morning. Hashtag thanks. You're welcome. I hope you're gonna have a great time with it once you decide to play it. It's definitely a good game to sit down and read. Yeah, no worries, Moose. Yeah, if you like the movies, then there's a good chance you might like the game. But given it kind of came out around the GameCube era, it's definitely a bit more of a retro game at this point.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
Well, I guess, but I mean, I didn't know that the woman was like important to the case.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
So I guess I should have triggered the "I didn't rape her" thing, like choice. I didn't think it was like important. You know, shouldn't it be clear that I didn't? It didn't really seem important in that situation, but which is why I haven't triggered it. Okay, that kind of sucks. I didn't want his opinion of me to lower just because I didn't mention like one little thing. But why would he even assume that we did, you know, do that? That's the problem here, I think, rather. No worries, Nick. Thank you for the lurk, dude. I appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you have a good day.
Yes?
Okay, never mind.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
The woman's voice answers, muffled by the door.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
I'm not gonna snoop around. I'm just gonna respect the wishes here. Someone's watching me. Okay. Can I go through here? I smell cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol.
Welcome to the roof.
Okay, so that's the assault victim here. And I feel like, you know, she might also be the killer. At least very good suspect. I wouldn't even blame her, you know, because if it's out of self-defense.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean, then toned over several years of self-defense training. You can sense it in the sharp pointing of her elbows.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Is there a cleaning lady? I think I need one.
Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
I swear, some of the choices. Let's just say Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
That's one way to put it.
This does not come as good news to him.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
I have very little idea of what I'm doing, actually.
You're doing just fine. After all, your path has led you back to me.
Miss, We are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult. No need to dilly-dally. She's tough.
Hmm. I'm gonna dilly-dally this time.
You sound like a namby-pamby.
Yeah, I don't care physical instrument. They tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
Were you sexually assaulted, miss?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
She takes a quick drag, unperturbed.
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
And what does it mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Kevin. I didn't expect this. So what had happened between you and the victim?
We partied.
What do you mean partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
You were lovers?
I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
The lieutenant's voice is quiet, calm.
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, like being on the rooftop and then you're looking into the garden and seeing his corpse. She seems to be oddly, you know, fine with it, but at the same time, you know, she's like a drug addict, you know, and she also thinks that some of her feelings, you know, might have been a result of that. You have like a bit of a disconnected feeling to the whole situation. So how do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
And how did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
No.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I'm not gonna mention it.
Don't be tactful. She doesn't care.
I mean, fair enough. So what did they hang him for if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Well, it still doesn't explain, you know, how exactly he died. Because still, we know that he died in a moment of pleasure, you know, maybe while being with her. You know, makes you wonder if the Hardy Boys kind of like either blackmailed her or paid her into, you know, killing him. Which game am I going to finish first, this or Valhalla? You know, I've been asking myself the same question, honestly. It's been like over 2 months now since I started this Elysium. And I'm probably still not halfway through at this point. But, yeah, that's how the cookie crumbled sometimes. But definitely didn't help that I had like less time to stream as well. Because I can't really stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. So yeah, that certainly didn't help, you know, pushing those playthroughs forward. I'm thinking once I actually finish either of those games that I will focus only on one game at a time primarily for a while. Or only have like a second game that's like on the shorter end, you know, if it's like sub 20 hours, I wouldn't mind playing a second game. But this game turns out to be a lot longer than I anticipated. I thought I would maybe take 30 hours to beat this game. I think it's gonna be more than double the amount, for sure. Elysium will be an eternal journey, it's part of the inventory. Exactly. It's never to leave again. Prediction, Dr. Dalian will get all Stellaris DLC on sale before I finish the game. He will get all the DLC before I finish the game, and he will also finish all of the DLC in Stellaris before I finish this. It must be hard seeing him there.
Oh yes. I have multiple viewpoints. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
Yeah, I mean, you would dream of that if you had like maybe a closer look on his death, wouldn't you?
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
The call reporting me hanging, that was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm gonna keep it to myself.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
If it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Tearing off his armor, demeaning him, throwing rocks at him.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it how?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Smart. But darling, you have a DLCs, so you, Schiller was right. Was saving for mums, but they are content DLCs, not cosmetics. Yeah, that's understandable. Definitely better to have like actual content, you know, for like extra money spent. Cosmetics I usually don't care about as much either. There's usually more than plenty of, you know, good cosmetics to use in games otherwise.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline.
So why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there.
She looks away.
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry.
I hope so, because I still don't have the option to do it. So Titus asks you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
Warming them. She must be very cold and exhausted of this life.
What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his... I don't know... hair.
Another path more nervous.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything for now.
You pissed it all away. All of it. Elysium.
Okay, then in an empire. Your imagination is going a bit wild right now. But in this case, I'm more for empathy here, you know. Thanks for telling it to us.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Schiller, your PC is finally being packed. With some luck, it arrives tomorrow. That would be amazing, Schiller. So you could still enjoy it on the, you know, 4-day weekend here. But either way, it's gonna be great, you know, being able to play all the games and do all the things that you wanna be doing. Is there like anything in particular you're looking forward to do with the new PC?
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion?
Let's go.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Makes you wonder if there's like a sniper out there where to look at us. Maybe the Hardy Boys. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
I don't really want to do this right now. I guess action. You will go and watch Dortmund tomorrow, but after you arrive home, you set it up if it's fair. So, who's Dortmund playing against tomorrow? A few PC only games you're looking forward to being able to stream then. That's great, yeah, to be able to use it for that. Games you can really play with well on like a console. Oh yeah, Leipzig, that's not gonna be an easy one. They've been really strong this season so far. And yeah, Dortmund really, I'm honestly a bit surprised. And at the same time, of course, you're not surprised by Dortmund, you know, not being consistent, but you know, they're being like consistently bad right now. Almost, it seems. You know. Now also with the DFB Pokal. But yeah, let's hope they can turn around, you know. Yeah, honestly, if Shine loses against Leipzig and doesn't win the next game afterwards, I'm not too sure how long he's gonna stick with him. I would definitely think they're already looking for alternative trainers, you know, just in case.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
No thought. Put coffee in an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Handful of dried white flowers.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
You don't think it's a problem of the coach? Dortmund is having the same issues for years now, independent from the coach, but the coach is the weakest link. Yeah, I mean, often the coach just gets used as like, you know, the main reason for why something doesn't work, because, you know, he's holding the main responsibility. But it's definitely bigger than that, you know. That's why I also could see, like, for example, with Hertha BSC, you know, they also ran for like tons of coaches, especially when they had like lots of money and stuff, you know, but the problems, of course, are much bigger on like the organizational level, really. And now that that's actually changed, you know, you can tell it really like helps the club a lot. But yeah, there's just some fundamentally structures you have to like break through sometimes, you know, to really enable change. And seems like Dortmund hasn't quite gotten that yet. But yeah, it's definitely a multitude of reasons, and the coach is certainly one of them, you know, and a really good coach can, of course, also make a huge change. But, you know, they also just come into the club, you know, and they can only do so much. It's definitely much bigger than a coach question. You think you can see it on a high level at Manchester United. The money isn't a problem, but there are so many wrong decisions on every level, it destroys the club. Exactly, you know. It's like the people making the decisions, really, you know, that are above and beyond, you know, just like the regular team and the players and the trainer. You know, they can really like shape where a club is developing into. Okay, gonna make the severe choice whether or not we would try to trigger the hand-eye coordination with a 42% chance. It is a red check, so we can't retry it. We can only do it now or later. But yeah, only once. Okay, let's try.
The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone.
Didn't succeed.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Chiller, not to forget, Manchester United is one of the big four in the world football. Bayern, Real, Barca, Manchester United. Also the only ones having success no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, having a club like that, you know, be like destroyed and pushed further back into obscurity, you know. Would definitely be quite a statement. I mean, imagine, you know, seeing like Bayern, you know, having that happen. I have to say I really like the Barca team right now. What Flick has done there is pretty extraordinary right now. And how they actually destroyed Real.
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers.
Tap on the roof with your foot.
A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles.
Or I'll
from
shove
the
my spear
imperceptible
so
motion
far
of
down
the
your
wind.
throat, you'll be shitting iron at the gates of Hades!
Jesus, Alexius. Psycho-Alexis, I should say. You're gonna shove up your spear so far down my throat, I'll be shitting iron at the gates of Hades? That's metal. You know, quite literally. Hey there, Afro, welcome in.
You're insane, partner.
You are insane, Psycho-Alexis. That just came out of nowhere. When does he say that? So that's something I only triggered because I played as Psycho-Alexis, you know, going for all the negative antagonistic choices. And
Insane, partner.
yeah, still insane, Psycho-Alexis. And there's a quest line with the order member or the cult member, which is the only one that you can actually bring to just leave the cult behind, that you don't have to kill. He's like the, you know, guy overseeing like the fields of grains, you know, and he's like in charge of like lots of the food production and stuff. North of Sparta, I think. And there's been like one mercenary who has been sent initially like disguised as a contact, I guess, but he kind of like betrays your trust. And then you're like forced to fight him because, you know, he got paid more money to not help us or something. And yeah, if you antagonize that dude, then you get that insult.
You little goddamn fool.
After coming in strong with the insults.
Your attacks are pathetic. Where did you learn to fight? The brothel?
The brothel? Yes, since I was a little kid. That's how we learned to fight.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Let's push it a bit.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy too. Very sturdy.
Okay, shall we kick the door in? Or shall we leave it behind? You guys can decide. It's a white check, so it can be retried at a later point. You little goddamn fool. You talking to the kid at the camp? Imagine if he's saying that to Jack Marston. Would be savage. But yeah, to be fair, Arthur has also antagonistic dialogue choices for Jack. I think Rod was it that actually did like a playthrough where he tried to trigger all of the dialogue options of the game. That meant antagonizing and greeting, camp members at various times of the day. But also including Jack. And yeah, it's kind of sad, just hearing Jack say like, "You're so mean, Uncle Arthur." Kicking in, Afro says behind. We've been thinking of switching Arthur's model with Kid Jack and playing through. Dude, I would love to do that as well as like a wacky playthrough. Or at least for like some missions or something. But yeah, I reckon you also saw that YouTube video of someone doing it. It's just so freaking funny, seeing this little kid just like punching everyone and just like having, dudes and stuff. That would be funny as heck. Imagine like the Lenny mission. Playing as Jack Marston. Your favorite antagonize? I knew it, Seraph. But yeah, that whole like greet and antagonize system was such a great idea, I think. It really makes the game a lot more dynamic, the game world. He won't even reach the countertop. He always has to sit on these like bar stools. But yeah, I'm gonna actually kick it in. Or at least try to. Booyah chaka.
Cracks inside.
Nice. It's good I spend all my points on physical instrument pretty much. It does help with this, kind of stuff.
It is an unbelievably satisfying sound.
Nice.
The young woman nods.
Filling you with a belief in your own body.
Noise.
Sounds like the property damage wasn't in vain, at least. Would it hurt to look in?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Bent metal, broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Yeah, I rip shit apart. Rip and tear, as Doomguy likes to say. Well, technically Doomguy doesn't say anything, does he? Or very rarely, maybe.
Kudos.
Anti-Object Task Force. Now, that sounds like something I should definitely internalize. I do actually have a skip point available, so I could get another 4 technically. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are. See those are the scars. This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, shares. They are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that you hate. Your energy stuck in a body. Your spirit trapped in matter. Break free. Beat up that lamppost. Let it know just how much objects suck. Ah, Jesus Christ. But yes, let us internalize that thought. The Anti-Object Task Force. It fits in well with our focus on physical instrument. Aha. But yeah, now that we're away from a woman, I'm gonna talk to Kim, because he wants to kind of like debrief. There's a tiny hole in the wall. You see bedroom on the other side.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
Jesus. So this is like a room to spy on them? Disgusting. I just had to think of that cyberpunk mission where, you know, one of the major politicians was basically spied upon by people actually living in the house behind like, you know, walls that they didn't think existed and stuff. Was like really scary because I've been like permanently also influenced and, you know, manipulated pretty much. But I really like Cyberpunk for exposing those kind of like, you know, really extreme situations. And also like tying it to like, you know, the rise of like technology in a way. Kind of like, you know, how it might be abused by, you know, people being in charge of a smart city. I think I can see into Classia's bedroom from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
Boring footprints. I want to jump to sensationalist conclusions.
What were those people doing in here?
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural there. Sensationally unnatural.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Say in a harsh voice. Why did you tell us all of that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something is off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
Yeah, as another saying goes, the best liars tell the truth. They begin with the truth and then, you know, form it into a lie. I wouldn't say like the best liars, but probably, you know, the more effective ones.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust. covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Someone's been here within the last week or two.
3 weeks maximum, from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
He looks at you.
This is good. He likes it. There's a little smile there, in the dark of the workshop.
This isn't bad at all. It was a good idea to see where that door leads. Commendable work bringing us to this place.
You're welcome. Okay, so what does this mean?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
I mean, the peephole could have also been used to, like, shoot through, right? To sneak here and, you know, then shoot the guy while he's, like, in bed with Glacia. Let's have a closer look then.
Large prints, most likely made by boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than vamp. The soles have left the pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
This print doesn't look like the odd sole print we found at the hanging him.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
This doesn't look like the worker's boots from a hanging, does it?
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me. Or some kind of foreign print. Hard to say. Still a boot, though.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop floor.
So why is there a crib? The pinball machine has been taken apart and gutted. Oh, it's a pinball machine. I thought it was like a crib or something. Never mind. Schematics for pinball machine, futurism themed. Boxes of tools and replacement parts line the shelves. Small windows taped shut with plastic, black plastic. You can't see outside.
This seems to be some kind of workshop for fixing up pinball machines a long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Doesn't look like that pinball machine will ever get fixed.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
This used to be a pinball workshop.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
He taps his foot.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the artists bang away at it.
Pinball Maker's Code? Interesting. Giving us +1 empathy and hand-eye coordination. This dusty old code used to belong to someone called Mr. Knifelocks. The name is stitched into the silk lining. It smells of moths and ancient engine grease, but fits you perfectly. A strange lonely emotion fills you when you tighten the belt around your waist. Well, I gotta say I like this one a lot more. Also its effects, so gonna stick with the current one that I have. Aha! Now we know what's behind the blue door. And we were right to believe there was something important behind here. This pinball is white Diora. The back glass shows a female figure in the morning. In note, MB, this back key is tied to the bush outside the corner room window. $5. Nice. I have enough to actually pay for my room now.
Over there, in the corner.
The pinball machine?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it.
Let's take a closer look.
Ah, great.
Lieutenant size.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin-operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
I can actually play here. Yeah, let's read the text and stuff first.
Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger, heroic Gordy shall return and save his people.
Inspect the playing field.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain in a time of trouble. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats as they race up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
What with all the goats?
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
Well, let's try luck. Let's play around.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease.
Nice, I actually got an achievement for that.
Go, go, Fingerboy.
I feel sorry for the gods. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
Wait, what kind of guy was he then?
The kind of a guy who uses the word savages a lot when recounting his travels. A masked nationalist.
Racist mountaineer?
An avid huntsman too. He was often photographed in his dining hall, surrounded by wall-mounted hunting trophies from every continent.
That is not cool.
He also hit his wife and kids. Other people's kids too. Sometimes pets. Hateful little man. But you seem to be having fun.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that info, I'm having a time of my life. I'm pretty good at this.
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go.
Concentrate and aim for the narrow passage.
Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through.
I like how we just passed 15 minutes with one dialogue choice. But there's some activities really pass time a lot quicker than others.
The words "tail rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid, nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your goats start slipping, disappearing into the milky nothingness. Lucky goats. The fog looks soft and inviting. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point. But that goat is something special. 5 times you snatch him back from the jaws of death.
Better ball games because you have reaction speed of 1. Well, we could try at least. I'm just gonna try to convince Kim first.
I am. I've seen it before. Played it too. You will eventually make a mistake and then it's all over.
I like how I've 2 times the same choice here. Alright, gonna make a severe choice. Should we try to stay on the ball and try to win the game? Or shall we just give up because winning is too stressful? There's a 3% chance and a red check, so we can't retry this. Alright, we're gonna try.
How if you can't even see
it? And we failed.
The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee.
Imagine if we won with a 3% chance.
It killed itself to spite you. There goes nothing, finger boy. Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
And now we have at moralist dialogue options here ourselves +1 morale. Learning cap for volition raised to 5, and the learning cap for logic raised to 5 as well. Nice. I want to go through the door and review that we've been here. Maybe we have to go back to this place, which is gonna take the top entrance.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to step inside.
Look in.
Smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
It says the last maintenance was in 88.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
The elevator was maintained a long time ago.
At the end of the last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
I mean, 5 months in a hospital, I can do that. Worth it, right? If we're like in the middle of a murder investigation that needs to be solved immediately. Let's look at the elevator controls.
There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken.
This elevator must have been needed to transport the pinball machine up and down.
Seems so, although it's pretty quaint for a freight elevator.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, and this is going to be where we go ahead and have a save here. And where we are going to go and take a break. But we're not yet done for today. We're gonna keep on going once I return here in about 15 or so. And yeah, then I would like to actually get to 9 PM time and finally meet the smoker on the balcony.
Coins, please. Just a few.
Just a few. But yeah, I will be back in a few. If you wanna get yourself something to snack or like a drink or something, now would be a perfect time. And yeah, then I'll be back in a few with more of this Elysium and the second day of the investigation. Alright. I have returned with a cookie and hot chocolate and Disco Elysium with our first playthrough. And yeah, we are nearing the end of a second day. Currently close to 8 p.m. in the evening. I have to pay for my room before 9 p.m, but I have enough money now so we can take care of this here. And yeah, then we still want to meet the smoker on the balcony after 9 p.m. too. So those are two things I have to keep in mind here that I want to take care of soon. Might just talk to that woman again if she has anything to say about the second room. Thank you, Sheila. Welcome back as well to you. A cookie and chocolate, I'm jealous. Yeah, it's a nice combo, especially when it gets like a bit colder, like right now. Actually supposed to get like freezing point, I think, on Sunday here. So definitely, you know, make yourself a nice hot chocolate or like hot cup of tea, whatever.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
I noticed your room is close to mine. I have a personal question.
Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
He waits for you to finish the sentence.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
For Kim, this is like too personal. Well, don't follow me around everywhere then, Kim. Or just like, you know, go into the next room and I catch you then.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m. drinking coffee, most likely.
Sounds healthy. I'm not sure I want to, you know, sniff around her building. But I kind of have to, don't I? I mean, this is like the scene of a crime, potentially.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Run your finger across the surface of a glass.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
The one I smashed in my room?
Yes, that one. Cold wind is seeping in right now. Just one floor below you. Messing up your concentration here.
Stop distracting him! He has work to do! Plus, if I recall, the window has been giving him shit ever since he got here!
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Necra.
What's Necra?
An opioid receptor antagonist. It's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Oh, we have a pretty high electrochemistry level, so it should be easy for us.
A bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
I like how electrochemistry kind of like also, you know, is like something standing for dependency on like certain chemicals, like, you know, drugs in Harry's case. But it's interesting, you know, having like that's constantly telling you like, you know, drink this, smoke that, but then resisting. And now in this, you know, case, like investigating another like drug addict, you know, it gives us an advantage because we know what to look for and what you know, does. So it's actually one of the first situations where electrochemistry has paid off for us in the investigation in a way, you know, in like a positive way, I guess. Lieutenant, I also see a brand called Peptide.
Peptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Oh, too bad that I have a very low interfacing option. But yeah, I'm not gonna take it. Gonna stay away from any of it. Okay, I think it's time to pay our bills here.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Simmer down war Half-Light. We'd actually have to talk to Classy, it seems, about Sunday night. It's like one of the tasks. Ah yeah, right, so when Kim is not around. So I guess after we, you know, call it a night, I can go to her and talk to her. This is for later too. Yeah, I guess we can just talk to the Hardy Boys for now.
It's you again. What is it?
Let's go have a rape victim again.
Again? Seriously, man. Fine. Fire away.
So what is your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and uncommon silence fills the room.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye Disco Dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Hey there, Fanlight. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, raiders, to some Disco Elysium. We're doing our first playthrough. And yeah, currently on the second day of the investigation. How's it going? How was your stream today with Hunter Wilds? Monster Hunter Wilds? That's like a newly launched game, isn't it? Hey there, Two Cat Lady, welcome in. Thank you for joining with a raid. And how's it going? I hope you're good. You have to rate and run. So sorry, but Monster Hunter Wilds was so good. You cannot wait for the full game, as it's in beta at the moment. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, saw some people play it on Twitch, and they were also still in beta mode. But that's cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed it and that you had a great time with it. And no worries whatsoever about having to rate and run. Definitely do your thing. And thank you again so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And yeah, to those of you that didn't come in with a raid, if you haven't checked out Fanlight channel yet, there's a link in chat. He's yeah, playing all kinds of different games, also with the community sometimes, or with you know, Carnage and hackers. Yeah, definitely great guy. Very enjoyable stream and great community. But yeah, as for us, we're playing our first time of Disco Elysium, and we're doing like a viewer influence kind of approach, which means for some of the choices, I will enable the option to vote for certain dialogue and have chat basically participate in the deciding decision process.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it. And what was up with the partying she and Titus did? It sounded fun.
So what was the relationship with a mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Wow, not according to her.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
So, the rape, when was that?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna help.
Here you go, boss.
The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. You said you partied. Cool, that's cool, but what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Did you do karaoke? That's the most important question here.
Yeah, tons of it. All the songs.
I see. So you're saying the two of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
I think I know her. Okay. It's like that, is it, Harry? You guys met before? I don't think I have to share that, though.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, Classy says she wasn't raped.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Uh-huh. Nothing at all?
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
Yeah, way to stigmatize. Yeah, cover bullshit. She told me the truth.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her.
His hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Titus Hardy!
Her voice rings through the room like a warning shot.
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fists down.
Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
Shit. Yeah, we definitely shouldn't undervalue Everard, you know, and his influence. Kind of what I've been saying earlier, you know, how he's like, it doesn't seem like so important if we just look at like where he is, you know. But he very much seems like a big political player here in this whole story. With a huge influence.
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet, too. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
So what's on this tape?
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Where did you get this tape?
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
So you've bugged them? How?
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood. You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
Which of you is doing the advanced radio work then?
It's not advanced. You just hold up
in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Chief picks his beer back up to offer a silent toast.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
So where can I listen to this?
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
The lieutenant whispers.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Maybe that could work.
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
His voice echoes like thunder in the small room.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
He repeats calmly in a harsh voice, asking the obvious questions. But yeah, that's enough for now.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Yeah, we're gonna take the tape.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
A few more things? I don't think so.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
What are you going to do to me?
What are we going to do to you?
It's a cold laughter, devoid of joy.
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway. You junior delinquent. But you still did.
The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
I'm sure. It's so much more morally right. I'm sure. Alright, getting closer to 9 PM here. We do also have another skill point here. But do we have anything we wanna like internalize? It's kind of funny, I have like one where like objects like doors and containers. Then I have the anti-object task force, which is basically I hate all objects and I just want to smash them. It doesn't seem like it works well together. I would like to internalize this one actually. Jamais vous. Official Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insulindian Ocean, Coalition Government, Insulindian Mission Command. Name after name and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. You feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Trovar, the Apricot Company, World Games 34. You can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all the thoughts, the one you truly must complete. Yeah, I feel like understanding ourselves better would definitely help also in this investigation.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin is marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. On his chest, a fading web of tattoos. The cargo belt used to hang him from the tree looks reinforced.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? The power of your imagination is at your service.
Okay, this is the only option we haven't triggered yet. I hate you, you stink, and you're boring.
Do I remind you of someone?
Myself in the bathroom mirror.
There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like me. Just keep drinking and having a good time. It's a matter of weeks.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days, Coppo. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells you so.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
Yeah, I would try. I'm trying to think what to do until 9 p.m. Like who to talk to next. Could of course try to find like a place to listen to the Dog Gunner Mega Mix, but there's like nothing in my inventory, is there?
You stare at the great Door Gunner Megamix. If only you had a boombox, you would be able to play Titus's tape. The tape feels ominous. Upon it, the dead speak. Respect the tape.
Okay, gotta find a boombox then. Still gotta ask Renee about the photo. Ah, I can still confront Kuno about the lie here.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I talked to Manjana about the armor.
So?
He raises his eyebrow, projecting aggressive indifference.
You should thank him.
Also, give me 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Nothing, the tip really paid off. Good job, Kuno.
What? Don't be playing Kuno off as a snitch bitch. The oldest trick in the book, people.
Are you snitching, Kuno?
This is some ancient bullshit, people. Kuno would rather take 10 than snitch. Pig's full of shit. Get the fuck out of here.
You found a real nice button to push. Turned the tables on him. You're a little bit closer now to understanding this kid.
Oh, very nice. Our empathy is getting higher here for him. Kuno, I found your shack. Point to the shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
I'm just gonna be truthful. I push the pen aside, Kuno.
And then what? You fucking there? You fucking Kuno's kingdom?
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno!
What was with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
The self-critique here. Demo tape, like some kind of musician?
Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer.
Oh,
that? Kuno.
Cool pig head, I liked it. I got one too, this one. Pointy head. It's shit.
What?
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
You can't handle self-burns. It's like you're taking the fun out of it. Now I don't want to insult you anymore.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
What's with the tube of magnesolum?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the time.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
He looks at you, eyes bulging.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
I found a plate covered with powder residue. Know anything about it?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam! Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Alright, I would say this is a good point to try the empathy choice again. I'm gonna make it a viewer choice though. So it's gonna be between either choice 5 or 6. So to trigger the empathy choice with a 72% chance, or to just leave and yeah, do it later. Alright, we're gonna go and trigger the empathy choice here.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence. afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad.
Interesting.
She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Interesting. Act on it. Try and separate them. Kuno, psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Yeah, Kuno is gonna be like, don't you exclude me out of a conversation.
Fuck you whispering about.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
Kuno is such a funny character.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Kuno, listen to me. She's trying to control you. We gotta get you out of here.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
Idiot. You bungled it up. That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
I fucked up. All that empathy training only to fuck up?
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to take the street out of Kuno. You were too pushy last time. Think this through. Try to really understand the psychological bond Kuno has with Kuno S.
Okay, that's interesting. So I can actually retry this again. That's good.
Just look. While Kuno has no problem being near you, she always hides behind the fence, afraid for her life. Like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of also, all in all, Kuno
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But
fuck you! If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly, you know, which choice would be more fitting here. I mean, we know that Kuno as likely has done something terrible, so we can act on, like, something describing her being, like, you know, terrifying or doing, like, fucked up stuff. So I'm not sure, like, you know, saying, like, she's fucked up. It's kind of like, you know, insulting her maybe too much for Kuno to side with us. Describing her as scary. Maybe that could work. I'm honestly not too sure. I might just go with a second choice here. Because at least I'm not like antagonizing her directly, you know, I'm just describing something that could even be seen upon as something positive in Kuno's eyes.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Okay, that worked much better.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk big. Kuno's got it under control.
Jan just down again.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right.
Knock,
She's
knock.
a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Knock, knock. Hey, Varrot, welcome in, Senny. Thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? How was your stream today? Save me, I'm getting assassinated. Welcome back, Schiller. Hey, the Stardust, welcome in. Hello, I'm in a bear suit. How's it going? Hey, Varoni, howdy. And how are you today? And Sekert, welcome in as well. Hope everyone is having a great day so far, an upcoming weekend. And yeah, welcome into Disco Elysium. We're currently on the second day of our murder investigation. And yeah, the day is almost coming to a close. Getting into the evening hours here, so close to be starting the third day here. But yeah, how was AC Unity with the music? Hey there, Ave, welcome in as well. And how's it going? Oh, very nice, Rod. That's some good progress, getting all the remaining co-op missions done as well. Yeah, some of them can be quite tough, right? Especially if you're trying to do them solo. The ones that can be especially tough is the Women's March sometimes, I feel. But also ones that are kind of like time-based, where you gotta like deliver the letters or something. And usually it's like for 4 people, you know, to deliver them at the same time. But then you gotta do it like solo. And yeah, it's going really good, Avi. Thank you for asking. Been making some good progress with the investigation here. Had definitely some major breakthroughs in the case. And kind of connecting certain people together. And yeah, definitely feeling very involved now in the story, I have to say. And like the whole investigation. It's like, you know, kind of looking forward to like the next kind of step. The next person to interrogate. But yeah, it's going really good. Thank you for asking. This could be a sitcom. We got a car, a crocodile, and 2 doctors, a dragon, and a rod. It definitely seems like the good start of a story. Stardust, maybe should write it. Ronnie Rod stabbed a guy. Wait, he did? In an Assassin's Creed game? Preposterous. A cat Stardust? Yeah. Yeah, say cat. And no worries of a shout out, Rod. More than happy to give you one. Hey there, Spectrum. Welcome in.
Kind of annoying, my friend.
And how's it going? Are we going good? You're playing Silent Hill 2 Remake for the first time. Having a blast with it. You're enjoying it a lot. You have sometimes felt genuine fear. Fear or headache. You don't know which fits better. Well, hopefully it's not a headache because, you know, that's stuff that is like more difficult to control. You know, if you're afraid, you can at least like turn it off temporarily or something. Or it's like a feeling that might pass a bit quicker. But I'm glad you're enjoying it so much. Yeah, I do actually have it game installed too, because Levy played a bit of it. With my new system now, it actually looks pretty darn good on PC, I have to say. But yeah, it definitely looks quite scary. I like the atmosphere in it as well, which I guess adds further to it. Both starters, yeah, a car and a cat. Or a cat in a car. Rod, definitely some tough ones, and trying to get the music without interrupting happened a lot with the Women's March one. And for the tournament, to get the music to play during the parkour section, it was tied to the sound effects volume, not music. To change it to get that music included. It's weird sometimes, right? I noticed that as well when I'm going into like the Assassin's Creed game folders and trying to extract audio from, the game files to look for like unreleased, soundtrack pieces, for instance. Some pieces might be actually in the music kind of like file, and others like in the sound file for some reason. It of course makes sense for like, all the like small like UI sounds or whatever. But it's interesting, we had like entire musical pieces sometimes, tied to the sound effects. Definitely curious. Welcome back, Seraph. That's awesome, we've gotten to the third day. Ah, Kuno, what a happy and friendly kid who doesn't ever swear. Yeah, no kidding. We just actually had to break through with Kuno, because we succeeded on the empathy option finally, by understanding him better. And now understanding that he's actually, more like manipulated and influenced by Kuno S. But he actually kind of likes us, it seems. But yeah, as for the day, we're just getting to the third day. So we're like close to finishing the second. But yeah, definitely quite close to be starting it. So definitely feels like we've been making some good progress. It's definitely interesting as well, because some activities pass time a lot quicker than others. Just like talking to people, it like tends to go slow. But earlier I was like playing on a pinball machine for a bit, and 15 minutes just passed in like a couple seconds pretty much. But I heard that also like reading books and stuff can be a good way to like pass time forward if you need it too. Spectrum, is there sound? You're not hearing anything? There is sound, yeah. It's just very low, because there's currently just like ambient noises, and they're kind of quiet. Plus, whenever I talk, it lowers the main volume by a certain amount. So when I'm actually talking, you can't really hear the background sound. But yeah, you should definitely be hearing the dialogue, once I trigger the next part here. It's more like the game is very creepy and disturbing and trippy, and the combination of it makes your head hurt, but it goes away after 5 minutes away from the computer. Well, that's good. But it isn't something like lingering for too long. But yeah, it definitely sounds like quite the combo. We're like, creepy and disorienting. Oh, really, Sarah? That's cool. So you're a beta tester for the supermarket simulator. Yeah, I saw that game being played recently. I think like one of the major German Twitchers, he used to play that a bit. So how is it? Are you liking it? Ah, right, Rod. Yeah, I can understand that that would be, you know, something to consider, I guess, with like the different layering of audio sounds, you know. If you have like background sounds like, you know, crowd cheering on top of it. Time flies when you're having fun. Pretty much, yeah. Maybe I should play more pinball. Ah, okay, gotcha. Spectrum said like the entire sound off. I thought you were just talking about the game sound or volume. But I'm glad that, you know, it's like working for you again. No worries, Stardust. Take your time. And thank you for the lurk, Seraph. Yeah, that's true, Rod. You know, like having these like really intense pieces, like for example, if you're getting chased, you know, or like being, of course, in combat. And we all know that, you know, Unity isn't exactly the most forgiving combat experience. Another thing is if you have like dialogue and sound effects off, you know, there might be some like indicators, like audio indicators of like people, you know, like guards talking or like certain sound effects. That's what make it more difficult to react to some of the combat mechanics, I would imagine as well. Or like parts of the game. It at least doesn't, you know, really help, I guess, not having that on. But yeah, also like staying in the fight, you know, and then potentially being shot by snipers and stuff. It can really backfire quite fast.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Come on, she hasn't killed police officers.
I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit. Good thing Kuno's got her under control. Kuno keeps it calm.
He feels ice on the back of his head and stops.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
Fear. Yeah, that's it. Rod, absolutely, and even when using ear vision, it sometimes really lowers the volume of the music, it cuts it off completely. Yeah, that's another thing, right? When you have like audio levels adjusting, like also when dialogue is being spoken, but then of course with like, you know, muffling sounds because you have eco vision or whatever. Many things to consider, you know, if you want to get like a really clean kind of like version of a piece. Kuno acting like he's some big shot know-it-all, done it all, smug, egoistic moron. Yeah, that's a role he definitely loves to play. I find him really funny, I have to say, as a character. Do you think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
But is she as psycho as Psychosandra, though? Because that's a level that's difficult to reach, I tell you that. Plus there's a stereotype at work of red-headed kids being assholes. Yeah. That definitely is a stereotype. So what's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
What's the language he uses? Napa Kimpi? Fagari?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
A stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck, looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
That hallway there with a janitor's closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
Jesus. Rod, there was a trilogy of movies called Problem Child about the red-headed kid that gets adopted by, but causes all sorts of problems, putting pranks and stuff like that. It reminds me of one of my cousins, because he's also red-headed, and he was honestly the most chaotic child we've ever met, I guess. He also caused like constant, trouble and pranks and stuff. To further give another case in that regard. But yeah, his sisters were also red-headed and they were very much different. I also have to think of one episode in South Park. Because there's one episode where Cartman is basically saying like all the red-headed kids are like spawns of Satan or something. And then it's kind of like a revenge for like being stigmatizing. His friends actually play a prank on him and paint his hair red overnight. So wakes up the next day thinking he's gone like red-headed and then totally changing his stance, but to a way where he's, speaking in solidarity with all red-headed and uniting them under one banner to take revenge against the non-redheads. Then he essentially creates like his own cult of like redheads that hunt the non-redheads. Classic Cartman story, I would say. What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno S, two of a kind.
So why she's called Kuno S then?
Cause she fucking looks like Kuno.
Cartman, the king of the redheads. That's him. Man, now wanna play the South Park game again. Like one of them.
No one knows her name. Kuno told you this shit was psycho killer.
How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
He spits through the gap in his front teeth. Yeah, I don't think he would take kindly to me offering backup, to be honest. He probably just wants me to be like cool about it.
No, it's not okay. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with Z. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus.
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Understood, Kuno.
Alright, now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Nice. Would be nice if I could actually see something here. Okay. Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts, no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
Nice. We got Kuno's respect. That's my highest achievement in this game. Have Kuno respect me.
Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker.
Mission passed. Now I can basically finish the game, I would say. Just go straight to the ending.
See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
Ah yes, now I could actually try to buy the fawn pens. Which is one of the tasks that we have. I just paid for my room for the night, so I'm basically out of money again. But who knows, maybe if tomorrow I have like 35 bucks at the end of the day, I could buy them then. But yeah, not interested in the illegal narcotics here, though to be fair, going for it, it might give us insight into the operation, you know, like where he gets the stuff from and how that might connect to the local drug trade, but I think I'm just gonna leave it off here
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
for now. Welcome back, Afro.
Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe. From the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage. A new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
Perfect advice, I would say. At least if you're following the physical instrument type of way. Which, to be fair, is like my highest ranking stat. Create a new reality by smashing the old. I would call that taking matters into your own hands. Or in this case, the Anti-Object Task Force. Very nice. Anti-Object what incarnation? Yeah, one of the many thoughts you can internalize in this game. In this case, it's a thought that really likes the idea of smashing things to pieces. Okay, it's almost 9 p.m, so almost time to go to the balcony and meet the smoker there. Well, I guess I could technically go to Joyce and have her continue talking about reality. Because she told us to kind of like do it in like chunks. So now could be another opportunity to, you know, take care of another chunk.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I've got some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
The eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
What's the big time?
The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle? When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Marzolf came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zaraf do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Marzolf's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Yeah, I think that's the most prominent and most important differences between us. That she has a boat and we have a necktie. Surely the only thing that separates us. Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones, under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations, and you, of course, the Citizens' Militia.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside, Officer Citizen Williams slams the door of an armored motor carriage.
Citizen. That was actually from one of the Unity co-op missions. That's who was it? The one that has been working for Robespierre and has been like spying on people when you have to like rescue him. He's like to be hanged, and when you rescue him and meet him like in the catacombs at the end of the mission. Citizen Robespierre, we have enemies among us. And you can identify these citizens.
The Zone of Control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the Suzerain and the Commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
It's been like this for how long, exactly?
43 years. Hard to fathom, I know.
What have we been doing all the time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
Robert reminds you of the co-op mission where you have to assassinate the Jacobins before they escape, where the cutscene with the leader. And he says to his men, make sure you have better aim than Robespierre. It's a pretty nice, reference for sure. I do like the way they handled Robespierre's, supposed, suicide attempt in general in that game. Because historically speaking, it was assumed that Robespierre didn't want to be, captured by the revolutionaries. So he decided to end his own life instead, but then failing, like shooting himself in the head, but that not killing him. And then still being guillotined, with like a severe head wound. I like that, he actually got shot by Elise instead in that game. It's just something that the history books never picked, up on, because no one except for Arno and Elise was there to witness it, of course. It's like a nice way to tie in without like going against what's like historically, stated. Because it's the impression, of course, that people would have coming into the room after Elise and Arno have left it. But yeah, of course the Jacobins would also think that he actually tried to shoot himself in the head. So the statement about, praying that they have better aim, could decide about life or death. Whatever direction you might want to have yours, evolve into. Yeah, it really is, it's like the way I think that they should handle a lot of the, stories in Assassin's Creed. And how they, of course, initially wanted to do it as well, like with AC1, AC2, they always had like historical characters dying. Under similar circumstances to what historically has been said at the same time. And trying to keep a lot of the actual historic effects and events as accurate as possible. And then, using those like gaps where we not know for sure, to tell your own story. That way it doesn't contradict what we know for sure and adds another layer, you know, that seems believable and authentic. It's one of the reasons I think the early AC games were so gritty in a way, you know, and like, it definitely is sort of like social commentary to make as well, you know, about history in a way. Because it didn't try to change history, it didn't try to make it their playground only, you know.
No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash, an Isla-wide hangover, you might say. And here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
Nice. Mobility lowdown. Another level up. Let's go.
From the looks of it, the 50s haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes. Days slipping away.
I actually thought we had to trigger more dialogue options to get the quest completed. You don't seem to be thrilled.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. My daughters will wear it. No, it's just...
She looks at the crumbling tenements, paint flecking from the storm.
We could have had so much more. Every one of us. If only we'd played it right.
So who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
And by liberals you mean?
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you said the liberals already took everything.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
That's a crazy thought to have. So crazy, it's a thought that I maybe should internalize.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world. These guys are strong.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
If always picking the option that doesn't commit to anything, then hell yes, I am. And also not.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work.
I know, right? It's no easy work, doing nothing.
They are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come.
I'm gonna cut this conversation short now because I used it primarily to finish the task and to pass time a bit here. But now that it's past 9 PM, we can finally go to the next major appointment. And that is meeting the smoker on the balcony after 9 PM. So something that I can only trigger at a very specific point of a day here.
Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Thank you, ma'am. Also, hey, Aura, welcome in. The words worst detective returns. That is correct. Harry is back. Back again. How's it going? I hope you're having a nice day so far. Okay, let's actually boost physical instrument further here. Wanna max it out as much as I can. Oh yeah, Inland Empire has definitely made themselves known a few times already. Especially the horrific necktie.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
Or you got to bed before 1 AM and have the whole day to continue playing Dragon Age, so it's gonna be good. And you have a chocolate croissant. That sounds like an amazing start into the day, Aura. Something to look forward to. How are you liking the new Dragon Age game so far? I heard some good things about it. You love a necktie. I especially love its, voice for the necktie.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Yes, the cleaning lady let us in.
Beautiful.
He replies smiling as he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
That's what I'm aiming for, yes.
Beautiful.
He says again, a nearby street lamp casts shadows on his shin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards the door, number 28. It's really pretty and really fun so far. You've kept the difficulty on easier. You're just enjoying, get a feel for the game. You're not very far into it, but you had to force yourself to go to bed. Yeah, I know that feeling, when you wanna like keep on doing something, it's like, but damn it, but I also gotta catch some sleep. But yeah, I'm glad you're liking it so far. The narrator internal dialogue finds this man attractive, I see. Yeah, there's definitely a bit of a tension here, it seems. Very well, I talked to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
But I just found you again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to bed early. Time to break out the booze. A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body.
Alright, Govan. I'm sure I'm gonna be able to find you again the next night.
Take care, alright?
At least he helped us, you know, he gave us another person to investigate here. But yeah, I've been solving and completing tasks left and right here today. So that feels nice. Been gaining like lots of experience in levels. Yeah, that's me most of the time, Aura, with electrochemistry. Though electrochemistry has been used for at least once today by identifying some drugs in the cupboard of the person we were investigating, so that was helpful. But other than that, it's like definitely one of the more intrusive, you know, destructive thoughts. I know, right? Second day on the job and we're already doing our work. It's crazy. But yeah, let's go and interview this Sunday friend.
Right after you.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cuff links.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
That seems convincing. What's an official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
What is the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
The most important thing? Ah, that clears everything up.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Yeah, sounds like less stability and more control.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stabilité works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Below 2% of what?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not answering my questions at all.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
I'm good.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
What is this international community?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
Okay, but what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter. It's the international organization for moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Turn to Kim. So what I'm hearing is that we're moral intern bitches.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
Are you a moralist? I think you already answered that.
But of course.
But why?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
But what is a normal, stable world?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, Sur-la-Clé.
Martinez doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol? Is it part of a normal world?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Right, relatively speaking. Not like there's a huge conflict between, you know, the capitalists and the communists. It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D, none of the above. Is that moralism?
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Yes, everything else is super extreme. It's like I'm living with a bunch of lunatics.
Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Welcome.
It's really funny how you always have to like pick some kind of like, you know, political stance in a way. It's like either you're like a centrist moralist, you're like a leftist communist, or you're like, you know, fully into like capitalism. Exactly, Aura. You know, there's a bunch of lunatics right here in my head.
Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Tell me about Sur-la-Clé.
What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Exactly, Aura. That's what it is, you know. It's like being neutral or like not really committing to either side of a conflict. It's like, okay, you're still taking on a political stance there by not taking on a political stance of the other two options. This game is supposed to make you think a lot about this stuff. You appreciate that, but you despise thinking in general. Fair enough. Yeah, it's definitely trying to make you also question maybe some of your choices, I reckon. Which also goes for those kind of choices. What makes Revachol Sur-la-Clé's darling?
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Well, that's very kind of him. I can't blame them. I mean, meatballs and mashed potatoes, that's a fire combo. Reminds me of köttbullar, the Swedish meatballs dish, which you would usually serve with, you know, mashed potatoes and like pickled cucumber. Tell me about Oranje.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
Okay, but outside of EPIS, what is Oranje?
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
The Swedes have such interesting meal concepts. Yeah, there's a lot of Swedish food that I really love, but there's also some where I'm like a bit weirded out. I think there's like a very popular pizza where they put banana on the pizza or something. I'm not too sure if I would like to try that, but I mean, I would like to try it just to like, you know, be like, okay, this is really not my thing or something. But yeah, that's, I mean, I put pineapple on my pizza sometimes, but banana, I'm not sure how much I would like that. If you were Kim, I'd be asleep. Yeah, I'm curious why he hasn't made a comment about it yet, but I guess because it's still like vital information here from a person where we could learn something about the investigation. And this has a lot coming from a German. Everything is picked and you understand the historical context of doing so, which always throws you off. Yeah, that's understandable. We definitely like, you know, pickled and preserved foods, for sure. But there's definitely also a lot of fresh foods in Germany. Definitely has a lot of variety. But I guess if you just look at like the top 10 most popular dishes, you would maybe not see so much of it. Hello Vermita, welcome in. And good day to you. How's it going? You meant the Swedish pick everything. Germany isn't as cold as Sweden, so they didn't have to preserve everything in vinegar. I gotcha, yeah. It definitely does get quite a bit colder usually in Sweden, that's for sure. Depending where you are, of course. But it's certainly interesting, you know, how like these really cold winters could have quite an impact on what people could eat. For example, one of the first winters after the Second World War ended in Germany, we had like one of the worst winters ever. Must have been 46, I think. Or 47. And it really ruined a lot of the crops as a result. And they already didn't have, you know, that much. So they actually ate a lot of sugar root vegetables. I'm not quite sure how it's called exactly. We say Zuckerrübe over here and stuff like that. But yeah, we really had to stick to like lots of, you know, like sweeter root vegetables. And that's really what saved lots of people through the winter. But many people didn't make it. So not only, of course, having to deal with like, you know, trying to rebuild the country, but also at the same time, you know, basically having almost no, you know, proper food. That's good to hear, Amita. And yeah, as for me, I'm also doing very well. We're making some good progress here with our investigation. Had quite a few breakthroughs today and new important info. Yeah, almost done with the second day now. So next stream we're gonna start on the third day, I'm sure. Sweets like pickled fish. That's true. Yeah, definitely big on that. The closer you get to the north of Germany, the more you also find those kind of things as well. Like where I lived for a long time, pickled fish was also very popular. And then if we're going to like the beaches and stuff, and you know, they would have like stands selling like fish buns, I guess, you know, kind of like, I guess, sandwiches filled with like fried fish, for instance, and like remoulade, kind of like compliment, and maybe some salad, like very basic, but actually tasted really well. But yeah, there's like tons of different variations of like fish sandwiches to find there. Yeah, the timing couldn't have been worse, to be honest, you know, with that winter. Because in every other year there would have been, you know, much better prepared, of course, for surviving through it. Americans love canned food because of the Great Depression. Yeah, another kind of like, you know, time in the history where people had to like make do with like, you know, different ingredients and, you know, kind of like make it work in a way. It reminds me of one of the videos by the YouTube channel Mythical Kitchen. It's like a sub-channel from the Good Mythical Morning universe by Red and Link. That's like a historical format, I guess, where they recreate like a meal from a certain time in history. And we've also done one for the Great Depression, which I can actually link in chat because it was quite funny and interesting. One of them usually cooks the food and the other one is kind of like playing a character of a time, pretty much. In like a more, you know, like comedic kind of like way. Okay. It's also like how fast food restaurants gained popularity because women were actually allowed to work more after the war. And their husbands didn't know what to do for dinner. That definitely checks out, you know. Whenever, you know, my father had to take care of like food or dinner, you know, it was also like usually very bare bones. the most he could do was like, whip up like some sort of like pasta, cook noodles. He tried to do like sweet milk rice ones, which is also like another more kind of like, I'm not sure if it's like very popular outside of like Germany or like Europe. But yeah, kind of like sweet milk rice, something you can definitely see more often over here. And of course he burned that one. So I guess anytime you can get some takeout instead would be preferable. But yeah, I'm like the totally opposite in that way, I'm like usually cooking almost everything. And love to like cook and like spend time in the kitchen. And learn about like new ways of creating food and stuff. Your dad knew how to barbecue. That's it. Whenever your mom went out of town, she had meal plan for the entire trip, and your dad would just barbecue everything. Yeah, that's also a thing my father did too. Take care of a barbecue, but only until like me and my brother were old enough to basically do the barbecue ourselves, pretty much. And now, whenever we do like a barbecue, it's usually us doing it or whatever. Amita, when you lived in the village, you also picked lots of things and also dried the meat and fruits and vegetables as well. That's a really good way of preserving it too. I really like, that method of like drying. Certain foods, like if it's meat or even some fruits, can be really nice because the flavor can also concentrate in a way. But that's really cool, Amita, that you've done that. Can't you just talk like a normal person?
About what?
About Orangé. Just tell me what it's like there.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Enough business, let's talk about something else.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Are you a cook? Like, do you work at a restaurant or something? I don't. But I guess if it was like, like a basic kitchen, I could probably work in it. But no, I don't like cook on a professional level. It's more like a hobby for me. But yeah, that being said, in the future, I wouldn't actually be opposed to the idea of like, running something like a food truck, for instance, because I do really like, like the work of like cooking in a way, and I feel like if you really like specialize into like something, that's really good and high quality and like solid, on a regular basis. Because that's the advantage of a food truck, I guess, is like focusing on like, maybe 2 or 3 dishes, for instance. To do that really well, I wouldn't potentially mind doing that for a while, to be honest. But yeah, definitely not currently though. But yeah, I don't think I would actually like to work at an actual like restaurant or something in the future, as much as I like cooking. But the amount of like pressure, and the time you have, it would take like all the joy, I think, away from cooking for me. To be honest. So yeah, I'm just sticking to home cooking. Are you a cork? Do you work for a wine bottle? In fact, I am, Stanley. No worries whatsoever, Amita. Thank you for being here and for dropping by. I hope you have a good evening. Are you playing more GTA today? I think Friday is usually your GTA day, isn't it? If so, I hope you have a great time with it. And I probably will catch you soon to check out how that playthrough is going for you. Shiller, you were a trained chef and worked in that industry for 7 years. Do not work in a restaurant if you don't have to. Yeah, I don't blame you for feeling that way, Shiller. That's really cool, though. But, you know, you're like trained in that regard. I know that you also made some really great food from what I heard you mention. So that checks out. I didn't know, though, that you had that, you know, background and experience. But yeah, I can imagine how stressful that can be, you know. And, yeah. You really gotta, you know, want to do that, I guess. Very nice, Amita. Well, I definitely catch you soon then, because I will also call it here soon myself. You've seen Kitchen Nightmares, you know, restaurants are crazy. Yeah, and I mean, those are even more extreme examples, right? With how incompetent some of the, you know, cooks or the people running the places are. That being said, I love Kitchen Nightmares. There's been a time where I watched, you know, quite a bit of it. Been a while now since I've seen an episode. Seven years of working there plus 3 years of training. Damn, yeah, that's a long time in the field. But I reckon you have some mad, you know, kitchen skills, Schiller. So is there like a certain cuisine that you like cooking more than others, Schiller? Or maybe eating? I guess that can also, you know, make something your favorite cuisine in a way. It's definitely entertaining, you know, like, of course, seeing Gordon Ramsay, you know, with his usual, like, rage demeanor, which sometimes seems like, okay, yeah, it's a bit extreme, but at the same time, you know, they really fucked up. But what I actually like most about it is when he actually has like a breakthrough with a person, you know, and they actually take some of the critique to heart and like try to be better, you know, try to like actually, you know, make some changes to the restaurants. Of course, some of them just never listen or are never like able to embrace the critique, but definitely can see it sometimes, you know, that Gordon is actually leaving a restaurant much better, you know, than he was there before, and it actually saves the restaurant in a way. And that's what you sometimes need as well, you know, like someone just telling you how it is, you know, without like trying to sugarcoat it. Stanley, oh, you were a chef? I didn't know that. Name every food. That's an easy one. Just every food. So you actually witnessed the lynching?
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
He pauses, looking for the right wording.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
How many of them were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Yeah, 8. It's 7 Hardy Boys. But 8 people have been there. And it really is a question of like, who was the 8th person, you know? Were any of them huge, like 200 kilogram huge?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
What happened next?
I went back inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men, women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
The lieutenant flips through his notes. Are you sure at least one of them wasn't a woman?
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
What ethnicity were they? I mean, they can probably not tell us, but since he hasn't really seen much either way, it's also like a question of how important that would be. You know, it's like pretty much confirmed at this point it was the Hardy Boys. But just to be more thorough, let's ask the question too.
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched the guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
You're right, that does seem strange.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
You didn't check your watch?
My watch? Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thanks for your time.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCF.
Can you tell me about your friend?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
So what's Ketra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
But that doesn't tell me anything about Ketra itself. Is it warm there? Cold? Something in between?
It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate.
Then he worked at a grilled food restaurant when you were a student for like a couple of years, but it wasn't one of those super stressful high-end ones. I gotcha. So like a bit more chill atmosphere then. That sounds delicious though. I love grilled foods. Doesn't matter if it's like meat or fruit or, you know, vegetables. Grilled food in general is just, yeah, nice. So did you like, were you like in charge of like working the grill, or did you like do other work in that restaurant? So how did you two even become friends?
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
Or you've never worked in a restaurant, or not for lack of trying. You don't have the right personality for hostess or waitress, apparently. I mean, that's fair. But it didn't, you know, work out because of it. I feel like I also wouldn't be, you know, a very good personality type for it. I remember I did actually work in a cinema for like a couple months. And I was like, you know, doing all kinds of odd jobs around the cinema, I guess. But one of them was also like, you know, selling like popcorn or whatnot. And like one of my sub bosses used to say like, you always gotta smile and stuff, you know, always gotta like think like this is the happiest day of your life pretty much. And, you know, give that feeling onto the customers, you know, going to the cinema, because of course it's like their happiest day of their life because they get to go to the cinema, you know. And I don't know about you, but I just can't smile 24/7. Like my face actually starts hurting if I try smiling for that long. So it's safe to say that didn't work out overly long. Sandy took care of the grill sometimes and made salads. Very nice. Actually make me hungry right now, not gonna lie. But it's almost dinner time here, so I will take care of my stomach later. Shida, you were working at a high-end place. You don't really get screamed at there, but the pressure is really high, plus the shitty pay. I gotcha. That's the thing, right? Like, the higher the pressure and, like, the expectations, and you would also think, like, the standard of a place, you know, you would think that it transforms equally into, like, you know, a decent salary. So when it doesn't, it's very easy to feel like, you know, kind of like extorted in a way. But yeah, I could imagine how that would be quite stressful, you know, like working under that pressure so much. Or you were a receptionist for a while. That was a true test of your patience. You cannot do it either. Your face just naturally looks bored or upset, and you have a hard time pretending to be energetic when I'm not. Yeah, exactly the same here. You know, I don't want to fake anything either, you know. I feel like it gives people more when I'm actually genuine, you know, genuinely happy than pretending to. Plus, if you can't really do it, then everyone is gonna see that it's, you know, not authentic either way. But, yeah. Receptionist is a tough one. Having to deal with people is really hard, especially when there are so many entitled people. That's the thing, right? You might also have to take the blame for issues that are not caused by you, you know? And also then, you know, having to, you know, be like forthcoming, I guess, and, you know, solution-oriented and, you know, can be difficult, I guess, if people don't really want to work together as much. You're describing how the coalition occupied Revachol.
One of the wonders of democracy is that everyone is allowed to have his own opinion. And not just allowed, encouraged even. Have you ever tried debate?
What do you mean?
Debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. I hear they're oodles of fun. I used to have a flyer for one.
This guy has like flyers for everything.
But now that I start thinking of it, it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative. Helps relieve stress.
Or it was mostly fine, except it was for a chiropractor's office. So most people you dealt with were in a ton of pain, which made them more likely to be rude. Not like it was personal, but it was a hurdle. That's understandable, you know. And definitely, I imagine, not easy to like deal with on like a day-to-day basis. Yeah, this guy has a flyer for everything. Improv classes, debating societies, moralist societies. You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
The man throws a quick glance at his watch. Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
Fine, but what is his real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts?
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Is it the communist arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
So what are you doing in this apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
The man smiles, nodding to a window. Enjoying the view? There's a dead body hanging in the tree.
A dead body we still need to get down, by the way.
No kidding. Like on the second day, the body's still hanging in the tree and I still haven't gotten him down. But yeah, you know, getting him down so far would have been like compromising what we stand for, you know. The only way to get him down would have been by getting Measurehead to side with us, and the only way he sides with us is if we're also embracing his racist, you know, views of the world. So I've been successfully dodging that bullet, but at the same time, the target didn't, and is still hanging there.
Listen.
He says, raising his hand.
The baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
Someone's baby is crying.
No, listen.
He says again, looking outside.
The Insulindian Bay.
What about it?
This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away.
He knocks on the balcony door, his face mirrored in the darkened glass. I was asking about your friend.
My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's a busy bee.
Can't we just call someone official to retrieve a body? Why do you have to do it yourself? Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we're kind of like the official guys to be sent there. But yeah, I also talked with the union guys and they promised to help me, but Measurehead, I guess, you know, was one of them to help us, and he doesn't until we, you know, subscribe his racial fury, so yeah. I will have to find another way to do it. This guy's as frustrating to talk to as Socrates. No kidding. Like, listen to them long enough and you get a headache, guaranteed. You mean usually a coroner will retrieve him, right? The cops themselves don't handle it. Yeah, that's the thing. I think Revachol is very low on the budget. And another thing, pardon me. And another thing is that it seems like the body was left there on purpose. You know, like no one wants to retrieve the body. Almost like a symbol, I guess, for the corporations against the union in a way.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
I never see you again. I can't say I'm sad about it.
Everybody benefits, especially you.
Everybody benefits. Welcome back, Rod. Socrates, this has been a wonderful conversation. Cassandra, I wouldn't know. Definitely relatable when talking to Socrates. What I sometimes don't like with Socrates is, and it makes sense for what we know about Socrates, you know, is that he always takes like a bit of a neutral stance, like an observer, but he's also part of a discussion, right? So he's talking in favor of one kind of like view to get you to react as a person to the opposing view. But he's more like doing it to observe your reaction, not because he actually believes in something. He's just like asking questions, I guess, you know, without really taking a stance. But that can be really frustrating, you know, to discuss with, because you're mostly discussing against yourself in a way. And yeah. Sometimes I just want to know, okay, Socrates, what do you think about something, you know? Because it's taking like, you know, a bit of an unfair position in a debate, I guess. That's the reason it's called the Socratic method, because every response is another question. Yeah, pretty much. Just like another question to trigger another reaction, pretty much. Yeah, I'm just gonna look around the
It's a beautiful space.
place a bit.
Let me know if you have any further questions.
Okay, what do we have here? Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. The Sumerian conical hat. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. A quarterly business magazine. Dishes soaked up in a pot. An empty ashtray. Flyers for underground parties. And dares for open lectures at a local university. At dates. Expensive men's perfume hangs in the air. And an old photo of the same apartment, dated year 01. You got the party dragon silk? Something? The party dragon silk robe gives us +1 drama and +1 electrochemistry. Become the dragon and become an addict in a strange bathing robe. Right, and then we have the Sumerian conical hat. Looks like a hat that Jin could wear in Ghost of Tsushima. Giving us +1 logic, super logical for a cop to wear this. And -1 suggestion, insensitive bachelor party vibes. Amazing. I mean, I gotta use this hat, right? It's just logical to wear it. Isn't it? Ah, Jesus Christ. Some of the clothing options. Imagine trying to ask Socrates for advice. You'd leave with bigger headache. Yeah, with more questions than answers, really. But Socrates, people see Xantippe and believe it's her beauty that drew me to her, but it's her argumentative spirit I lust for. Cassandra, nobody ever liked that about me. Socrates, having my opinions and thoughts challenged helps me refine them and to grow as a person. Cassandra, and she likes these arguments? Socrates, I doubt it, but it's in those fiery moments that her spirit is strongest, like an untamed horse. Cassandra, don't call her a horse to her face. Socrates, I'm afraid your advice is a bit too late. You wanted to find a Socrates quote and had forgotten this from one of the Lost Tales of Greece quests. That's actually a pretty good one. I kind of like it. You know, that's because it's kind of like one where Socrates also is a bit more self-reflective in a way, you know? He's talking about his relationship with another person instead of like asking you about one that you have. But yeah, Socrates is definitely one of those characters I generally, you know, like the way they handled him in Odyssey. At least, you know, as a philosopher. Which is a bit ironic because historically it doesn't really match up too well, I think, with his, like, philosophical years. Because he very much did fight in the Peloponnesian War, right? He did fight for Athens. And was like a hoplite even, I think. And also, I guess, definitely, you know, looked quite a bit younger. I kind of like, you know, gave him like his old Socrates look, just like not grey yet or whatever. But you never really, you know, have a feeling that he's like actively, you know, participating in the war like that. But yeah, it's of course understandable that, you know, they wanted to have like the thinker Socrates and not the warrior Socrates. But I think honestly it would have been a cool like way to tie him into the game, you know. Like maybe you like participate in a conquest battle for Athens and then you meet Socrates there. And he's like, you know, this kind of like thinker, more than a warrior, and it would kind of create an interesting conflict maybe, you know, within himself. But I didn't want to go that way, it seems. But yeah, I still like the way he's, you know, done in the game though. It's the only time we actually learn about Socrates, I think. Cassandra had no idea he was even married. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that quest was about him kind of like getting punished, wasn't it? Or like a judge or something. That's one of those quests I've only done once, I think, when it came out, and never since then. But whenever you had seen him portrayed before and things, he was always the old man with the white hair. Yeah, understandable. I mean, that's what he's known for. He finds himself in prison for talking too much. Classic. It's like, what's the crime? I was thinking and talking too much. Counter that. Alright, so I wonder if I go back inside here if he's like away.
Of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
Okay, never mind, it's like locked now. Immediately. Fair enough. Because this is going to be where we will have a save for today. And where we shall continue next time with Disco Elysium. But yeah, made some good progress. Almost done now with the second day, so next time we can do the end of the day debrief. And then start the third day of investigation. So, yay, we're getting somewhere. It's still probably gonna take us ages to get this game done, but we're making progress, so that's good. But yeah, still really enjoying it, what I have to say. You know, the writing and What I especially like is now we're getting to a point where we have like so many tasks started and so many people we talk to. And now, you know, it's like going much quicker to finish certain tasks, you know, because it's like so many steps involved sometimes to get something to trigger. So it definitely feels like we've been doing like a lot of setting up in the first day, you know, but now it like pays off down the line by having to spend less time on getting to the next step in the investigation. So yeah, it definitely makes it feel like it's progressing faster now, in a way. Would love to see Odyssey Socrates in the mall with Bill and Ted. I remember when you wrote showcase one video with Bill and Ted and Socrates. Is it actually that YouTube link? Let me have a look. I remember you posting like a scene from Bill and Ted long ago. Ah yeah, it is. Nice. It's always funny seeing Keanu Reeves, you know, so young in that. Awesome. I really gotta watch those movies at some point, because I've only seen like scenes. No worries for the stream, Aura. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, don't feel sorry about distracting conversations. I appreciate, you know, you guys being in chat and, yeah, you know, talking about stuff and, yeah, also talking about stuff that isn't in the game. No worries, Rod. Thank you also so much for being here. And thanks again also for the raid earlier. Great film, incredibly historically accurate. I thought so, you know, I mean, Socrates in a mall. Doesn't get better than that. Well, only if you play Odyssey, I guess, then it gets better. But Odyssey is a very high level to achieve, to be fair, when it comes to the historical accuracy. So, crates? Hey, Vijay. Thank you also for being here, dude. Like dust in the wind, dude. Gotta watch them. You think that movie of a Nintendo game, Mario's Time Machine, are the first things that made you actually remember figures from history as a child? I don't blame you, yeah. Yeah, they can definitely have a huge impact. Like movies to see with like historical characters. And that leaving like a lasting impression. Sir, you must have read the script of that movie on a stone tablet or something. Must have been ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. Also, if anyone hasn't yet, definitely make sure to check out Rod, Jay, I'm in a Basswood, and Dr. Ronnie. Rod has been playing some Assassin's Creed Unity. He's doing a celebration run for its 10th anniversary and birthday, focusing on highlighting all the musical pieces of the game and the different missions. And he's turning off all the sound effects and dialogue whenever possible. And yeah, kind of like highlights the different pieces composed by Chris Toten, Ryan Emmon, and Sarah Schachner. Also check out Jay. Jay has been playing a lot of Persona 5 Royal over the past couple of months. He's also been playing games like Spider-Man, but also Uncharted and also Assassin's Creed. Also check out Amnebersut. He's been playing a lot of Evil Within. He's doing various different challenge runs, like Akumo mode, the hardest difficulty speedruns, or like, well, not speedruns, more like no death runs, I guess. So not dying a single time on the hardest difficulty, which can be insanely difficult to pull off, because anything can really kill you, like super quickly. And also check out Ronnie. Ronnie has been starting a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima for his first time ever. Big fan of cinematic and immersive experiences, which also includes Red Dead Redemption. And he always wears a hat which is kind of connected to the game that he's playing. So that's a nice, fun touch that he does. So who knows, for Ghost of Tsushima, he might, get like a headband at some point or something. Maybe a straw hat. And that's a very short shout out, Rod. More than happy to give you one. Thank you again so much for the raid. And yeah, speaking of which, let's have a look ourselves. Who's online and who we could raid. Oh, I kind of forgot. I also want to give a shout out to Schiller too. Schiller's actually playing some Euro Truck Simulator 2 at the moment. And another great streamer that I can highly recommend checking out. But yeah, today though, we are going to go and say hi to Amita, because Amita is playing a game that I picked for him to play, which is Grand Theft Auto 4. His first time ever playing for that amazing game. My favorite GTA game actually that I've played so far. aka Cousin's Bowling Simulator. Cousin's Bowling and Get Wasted Simulator. Yeah, the getting wasted parts are probably my least favorite parts of like hanging out with people. Because you always had to like drive them home and it was like so easy getting chased by cops and you had like almost no control of your car. I guess in a way, you know, like maybe a realistic representation of like trying to drive or being super drunk. But yeah, it definitely was annoying sometimes. Nico, yellow car. Ah yeah, Nico. I miss that Eastern European fella. Oh yeah, in Ford lasts definitely much longer than a minute. One of those things that GTA 5 probably, you know, did better. But yeah, thanks for posting raid emotes. If you want to come along, there's one for subs and one for non-subs in chat. And I will catch you all next time. Until then, hope you enjoy the weekend. And maybe I catch you tomorrow. Until then.